Welcome back to Interloper Creative. My name is Nathan. Thank you for joining me today, whether you're here on Twitch or on YouTube watching the stream. It's good to have you here. If you don't know me, just a dude from Bozeman who likes building keyboards, and that's pretty much it. I mean, I have a board today that I'm very excited about. It's going to take a minute, if you can't tell by the title. It is the Mysterium keyboard. The PCB is designed by CTFKB, and then I also have the Switch Couture acrylic case for it. So we'll be building that today. It's a through-hole build. It's a TKL size, and we'll be installing Ethereal Panda tactile switches in it, which are a Panda clone that have a palm stem, I believe. But yeah, I'm excited about it. Feel free along the way if you see anything that you don't understand or you want to ask me a question, just feel free to let me know in chat, and I will I'd be happy to answer any questions you have, whether it's about the keyboard or anything in general. But let me my wife's computer volume is all the way up, so I'm gonna remote desktop into it and turn it down. There we go. Okay. So, having said that, let's grab the board. So this is a kit that I bought on Mech Market from a dude named Dylan. Thank you, Dylan, for selling me this beautiful kit. One thing I'm not sure about is if everything is here. I'm 90% sure it is, but I haven't actually checked the contents incredibly thoroughly, so it's one of those things where hopefully everything's here, and if something's not, that's probably end of stream right there. I would hope not, but you know, these things happen. So as you can also see, my Ramakara did not make it very far. I've been using it here in my house, so it's a great board, and I very much like and enjoy using it. So my review still stands. It's a great board. Yeah, and I'm excited for round 2. So having said that, let me get some tools out. So we're gonna need we are going to be soldering USB-C header today, which is one of the less common and more I don't want to say dangerous, but difficult, I guess would be the word. A more difficult procedure. So we're going to need some flux for that, as well as a full complement of soldering tools and supplies. So let me grab. I did prepare the stabilizers earlier. Look at me being a prepared boy, because I was concerned that this is going to be a long build and I don't want this to be even longer than it already is. So yeah, that is the game plan. So according to, I guess we don't need these until later. This is one of those, TV, cooking show, something I prepared earlier. But yeah, let me grab out the pieces we will need. According to them, we need, here's a list of components. There will be 2 extra or 3 extra diodes. Interesting. Okay, cool. So yeah, step 1 is diodes, baby. So we're not using the ISO layout, right? Wait, I always get this backwards. Is US ANSI or ISO? Hold on. ANSI versus ISO. This is one of those things where it's like I've been building keyboards for a long time. I should know this. Yeah, we use ANSI here. Okay. ISO is the European one with the giant Chongus enter key, which is frankly very cool. But we don't use that here. We use our tiny freedom keys, and we like it. Let me get a knife as well to release some of this packaging. There's some interesting little plastic screws in here, and I'm curious what those are for, but I'm assuming that's part of Switch Couture's. So we'll be cross-referencing Switch Couture here due to the fact that They made the case, but CTFKB made the actual PCB. So keep that in mind. I guess I might be bouncing around in documentation. So if you buy this kit, you might have to as well. I don't know that Switch Couture provides a guide to the soldering section of the Mysterium, but so here is the acrylic case portion, which begs the question, what on earth is in this package? Did I just get 2 acrylic cases? What on earth? Hold on. I think I have 2. I like took a tertiary look at this kit when I received it just to make sure it seemed like everything was there. I didn't really stop to consider why there was so much acrylic. So here obviously is your PCB, but I think I have 2 full acrylic cases. What? Okay. Dylan, my guy, I think I... What? This one is clear, and this one is white. Okay. Maybe that's what the white acrylic screws are for, is to hide in the white. Man, this is crazy. Okay, well we have... I have an extra Switch Couture case then, apparently. That's great. I will save this because I will probably pick up another Mysterium at some point, and then I'll have a case for it. So that's crazy. All right, I think I want to build the white one today because I think they'll look nice with these Ethereal Pandas. I also have GMK Bleached and GMK Belafonte, and I'm not sure yet which one I want to use as the topping for this guy, but with the white, we might end up going Belafonte. I'm not sure, but crazy. Okay, well, that was unexpected. So any parts of the instructions that specifically say like mount standoffs here for, you know, mounting acrylic, I'll just ignore those because the whole board is going to be supported by the switch plate. So man, I'm still kind of reeling from that. There's 2 of these things. Let me just if you'll bear with me, I'm just gonna check the Reddit post that I bought this from to make sure it didn't say that there were 2 cases. You know what's funny is that I actually didn't know there was a case that was coming to me when I bought the Mysterium. And so when I saw it was like a Switch Couture receipt Mysterium kit, he listed Mysterium TKL. Mysterium TKL ANSI layout, which is what we're using, white colorway, brand new, still in original packaging. So somehow he must have gotten 2 cases if it was still in the original packaging. Maybe I'll message him back and be like, yo, I got a second case here. But this is wild. Anyways, all that to be said, this is still a long build ahead of us. So let's plunge forward with reckless abandon. So here's our white Mysterium kit. Let's get out all of our bits and bobs. Here's our USB-C port. Here are some capacitors, some resistors, some diodes. I believe these are different. Yes, they are. Yeah, we'll just kind of toss them up here. The top of this tray is magnetic, which is kind of nice. It holds everything. There's a button. I'm guessing this is the MCU because for whatever reason, I think it looks cool, but it's unnecessarily huge. Like the giant package for this AT Mega. Like you can get these absolutely minuscule AT Megas, and you can even get DIP, which if you don't know, DIP stands for dual inline package, which is effectively just where you have all the little pins are running in 2 parallel rows. That's what DIP stands for. In case you ever see that. But I should use scissors here. Get this MCU out. Oh wow, he is not playing around, trying to find the safest edge to cut this open from, because it is a pokey boy. Oh, there's two of them. Wait, why do I have two MCUs? I'm so confused. Oh, here's a crystal oscillator. Okay. Oh, no, I don't. It's not two. It's the MCU and it's the socket. That's right. Because on these ones, you don't want to solder directly to the MCU pins because it will probably overheat. You want to solder to a socket and then insert the MCU. That's right. It did bend a little pin there, but that's fine. They're easy to bend back as long as you don't work them too much. And then here's the socket. So this is a dip socket that can fit that. So okay, great. So far the only thing we have double of is the case. Yeah, I'll definitely message him back and be like, hey, you sent me an extra case. Did you mean to do that? Or are you now missing a case? Okay, so one of the other things that I like to do is when bending diodes. This board is a little bit tighter on some of the other boards like the Nibble. So the diodes are straight, right? It's like a straight wire with a diode in the middle, which is just a one-way valve for electricity. But in order to get the two wires through the PCB, you have to bend them in half and force them through. So a lot of people will bend them by hand, but I find that to be tedious and unpleasant. So I made this popsicle stick diode bender, which really what it does is you just insert the diode into the slot and bend over the edge so you get a nice consistent bend. So I'm going to be using that today just to make my life a little bit easier, because when you're doing a through hole build, your life being easier is going to help you make less mistakes. These builds are scary because normally you get a PCB in and you can test it right away. You can plug it in, you can get the tweezers of truth out, and you can go short every single socket and make sure that everything is going to work. But with these ones, you don't know that. You don't know if, you don't know if your MCU even works until you get the whole thing built. So you have to put a lot of work into it before you can even get to this stage where you can validate it, which is stressful. So if you can make it easier on yourself in some ways so that you're more focused and you don't make a dumb mistake, then that's better. But that is my soapbox. I feel like that applies to a lot of things in life, though. Like, don't make things harder than they have to be. I don't really know, though. It seems like common sense. Or like, just because it's the way it's always been done doesn't mean it's the best way to do it. I don't really know. I'm sure someone will innovate on this and come up with an even better way, but I've seen like 3D printable diode benders, and those are cool because you can have various degrees of spacings between the body of the glass diode and where the ends line up. Because like with this one, I think I'm actually going to be bending them a bit wide and then just kind of munching them into place. So let's find out. Let's grab one and check. Yeah, I can feel it kind of resisting a little bit as I pull it down. So what I'm going to do in this case is pull the top snug and then pull the bottom snug and then bend the wires up and down. So you can see here, I bent the wire up and down right there, which holds this diode in place. The nice thing about the bends being so close is they don't have a lot of movement up and down. They just have more lateral movement. So when you're soldering them in, I like to solder the tops first and then make any micro adjustments so that they aesthetically look good, and then go back in and do the rest. So let me also make sure, yeah, the black needs to be to the top, which is pretty typical for builds like this, but it's not always the case. The designer can kind of do whatever they want. So 6, 7. I like to do them in batches of 10, but you can do them all at once. I just like to break up the monotony a little bit sometimes. So yeah, I'll just be sitting here taking bent diodes and pushing them through pulling the top snug first and then the bottom, just for consistency's sake. It doesn't really matter which way you do it, but if you do it consistently, then it'll look better. And that's like, I mean, that's the reason we build these, right? Like the through hole ones are half of the appeal is the aesthetic. That's why they have them kind of this nice wave-like arrangement for them, and I think for the fun as well of soldering something up completely from scratch and being like, I did this. That's very satisfying too. Sometimes I'll also grab pair of tweezers just to grab that last leg and give them a pull to coax it through. Cool. I do find the CTFKB boards to be sometimes a little bit harder to assemble than like the Nullbits ones or like the gingham and the barleycorn and some of the other ones, just because of that spacing. But that's purely because of my own insistence on using my popsicle stick diode bender. If I had a variable version of that where I could bend them a bit tighter, it probably wouldn't be as difficult. But okay, 6 down, however many to go. Let's check and see where the ISO near the left, D98 is the label here. It said it was near the left shift, but I don't see a diode slot. Oh, there's a bunch up here. Is it labeled ISO? D98 marked ISO near the left shift switch position, only needed for ISO layout. I frankly, I don't know if there's any harm in putting it in there unless it like connects a circuit that I'm not supposed to be connecting. Anyways, I'll look at them all as we go, because I think one of them will be labeled ISO. And I don't see that immediately. I wish they had like a close-up view of it, because I don't see it in this image either. Let me know if I'm just being an idiot and I'm not seeing it. But it's D98. They do specifically say also in their documentation that the diode bender is unnecessary, so I might try, once I finish up this rack that I just did, try without, because as I was just bemoaning, it can be a little bit annoying. There's 92, that was the first one in the 90s I've seen. Also, why are there 98 diodes? That's odd, because there's only, what, 87 keys on an ISO? Even with the ANSI, or on a TKL, but even with the ANSI layout, you only add like 3 more. Huh. A lot of questions, and I have no answers. If you are the designer of this board and you want to tell me that I'm doing it wrong, feel free to shout that out in the chat. That wouldn't be the first time that's happened. It's always terrifying, but appreciated at the same time. I was building an Arisu by Nico and Steph, and Nico was in my chat, and he was like, take that quality control sticker off the PCB. And I hadn't even noticed it, but there was this like holographic QC sticker that was on the PCB on a board in a clear case. That was just an eyesore, and I hadn't even noticed it. And he's like, yeah, I've seen a lot of people like not remove that. And I thought that was hilarious that he just like popped into my chat to make sure that I didn't make the board look bad when I post it. And I was like, I appreciate that. It's cool to see. But I think that when I built a Mercutio, the designer of the PCB was in there as well. Which was neat. Yeah, I'm wondering if not using this diode bender that I made is going to be a lot easier, just because they kind of awkwardly hunch their way in when you do it this way. There's definitely one that I'm going to need to fix. I have such a big backlog of through-hole builds too. It's kind of scary. Like, I love building them, but they also just take forever. I have some client ones too. I have a client discipline that I'm actually mil-maxing, which is putting these little sockets in it to make it hot swappable. And that's even more work, so that's gonna take a minute. Oh, I forgot to @ everyone on my Discord, because I'm that guy that likes to @ everyone. What should I say? @ everyone building a Mysterium. Chat says hi. Question mark. Okay, guys, I told them you said hi. All right. So, yeah, let's, I still have a decent amount of these ones that I already bent, but I'm definitely needing to use the pliers, and I'm wondering if it's going to be easier to not do it this way. Who knows, though? Maybe it won't, but I think if I actually take the approach of inserting it fully with the one leg straight and then, like, bending it at a right angle, or even just, like, hand bending it as it goes in at a tighter, you know, radius, that would be for the best. So, didn't I just say don't make life harder on yourself as I proceeded to make life harder on myself? That's kind of lame. It's fine. It wouldn't be an interloper stream if something wasn't at least a little bit scuffed. Okay. Oh. Also, let's see if the Streamlab bot is working again. Let me try. No. Come on, bud. Did I just drop that diode? Yeah, I did. Yeah, my Streamlab bot, like all my commands, like my socials and my my build command are not working. If anyone knows why, please let me know. Like it didn't show up in the on-screen chat. So I don't know. It's like the command was understood, but then it just never showed up. I don't know. It's very confusing. Definitely reaping the fruit of my diode bending here. So I'm wondering, should I put them all in and then solder them all, or should I solder them in batches? I've done it both ways, and I don't know that there's a distinct advantage one way or another. I don't know. Other than the fact that I don't have to like keep switching back and forth and keep turning on my ventilator. Also, let me know if you can't see what I'm doing. I realize that I tend to like pull stuff close to me instead of leaning closer to stuff when I'm building on stream, which just brings it out of frame. So I need to make sure I stop doing that. Ooh, some of these are not looking great. We need to fix them. I don't like the way that the wire is bending into the hole. Let me pull this guy out, actually. He is not looking great. Then we'll put another one in, and we'll straighten that one if we have to. There we go. That seems to be a good way to just like stranglehold the lead and really give them a pull. If you pull too hard, you can crack the glass though, because these diodes are made of glass. So word of warning if you're building one of these yourself. Okay, we're getting there. Slow and steady, right? I'm excited to be done with all these pre-bent ones though. Provided at least that the non-pre-bent ones are easier, but it's hard to imagine they wouldn't be. That little half twist and pull though seems to really be the ticket. Show you what I mean. So I've been inserting these and I'll pull the top side all the way down. Then I'll hold it with my thumb and then I'll grab the lead and rotate it by half and then push against the PCB with my fingers to shove it down, and that seems to be doing a decent job of flattening the diode against the PCB, which is good. That may still be necessary even if we're using unbent diodes. I feel like I'm still kind of in shock from last stream too. Last stream, if you weren't here, Dutch Master W raided me with like 39 people, which was a ton. I mean, that was like exponentially more viewers than I currently had. It's funny, I went back and watched his VOD too, and I heard him go, he's like, this guy's only got like 3 viewers, let's go scare him. And it definitely was, because like Aussie Obsessions, the keyboard photographer, was there in my chat just like asking me questions, and I was like panicking and sweating and trying to keep it together. It was fun. It was a good time. But I really appreciate Dutch Master W. If you like keyboards, check out his Instagram. posts good stuff there, and he's been even doing some like early sneak peeks of stuff I've seen, and so good stuff. Shout out to him. Appreciate him. And to Ozzy. I was chatting with him in his stream after, because he's in Australia, so after I streamed that night, he was on and calling me out for my ghetto lighting mods in front of his chat, which was fun. I use t-shirts as diffusers. Like, I cut up some old t-shirts and hung them there just because I thought it'd be a bit lower profile of a globe than like a China ball, just to get some more light diffusion. But it was funny. You gotta do what you gotta do to make it work. Okay, last pre-bent diode, and then that mongoloid that I bent earlier if we want to try to save him, but we can always keep him on the bench in case we need a spare, but maybe we won't. Okay. That's not bad. Yeah, I'll definitely make sure that I'm very careful when I solder this up, though, just to, you know, keep everything looking nice and aligned properly. And oh, I will say though, I don't know. Oh no, it is. Okay, I was gonna say, this white acrylic case though, you may not be able to see this, but I believe the very top layer is clear, so you will be able to see all these solder joints. So before I pull all of these out, let's attempt to install a couple. So we'll put this one in, bend it down the way it needs to be. Maybe bend the other one. Maybe I'll hand bend it first to get that really tight radius, and then just slide it in. Oh yeah, that's significantly easier. Bruh. Okay, that's what we'll be doing. For the rest of this build, we will be following the instructions. Didn't that happen to me last time? I went rogue on the instructions for like 1 second and everything went bad immediately. How does this happen? It's not my fault. These things keep happening to me. Dude, okay. While we're just here, and I have no content because I'm just shoving diodes into a PCB, let's chat about the state of the union of keyboards, shall we? I've been thinking about doing something kind of like this for a while, so what better time to do it than just to spring it on myself and start talking about it now. So, the first and biggest piece of keyboard news this week was the cyberboard debacle. If you haven't been keeping up, or you don't know what the cyberboard is, it's a board by a designer called Angry Meow. I'll show you. This board, I'll go to his website to show you. This is really actually more than anything just distracting me from what I'm supposed to be doing, but this is the cyberboard, right? 75% keyboard with a like an LED matrix on the back and this kind of smoking like heat treated steel look to it, right? Pretty cool board, but so personally I don't really use 75% often. I typically find myself doing a bit more of like the 65% or lately the HHKB or the Alice. Having said that, what started my keyboard obsession was a 75%. And so I was like, oh, okay, I'll try to pick this up. Worst case scenario, I hate it. I'll do a stream of me building it and doing a sound test and stuff, and people probably want to see that. And then I'll try it for a while, and if I hate it, I'll sell it, because the resale on those keyboards is very high, was my thought. And well, that was my second thought. My first thought was there's no way I'm going to be able to get my hands on one of these things, right? Because they went live on space cables, and I knew they were going live, and I was like, I'll just join the queue, even though I never hit on anything, whether that's for sneakers on the sneakers app or whatever, right? It's just the way it is. You're waiting in line forever, and some bot grabs it before you ever could. But Space Cables is like, we got 300 units. We're going live at, I don't know, it was like 8 a.m. on a Saturday or whatever. So I'm like, fine, I'll try my luck. Fully expecting not to get it. Well, I did. I ended up getting one. I got lucky, and I was able to secure my spot in line. I picked out some extras. I think I got a polycarbonate plate and an extra PCB. And then it's like, oh, cool. Well, it's a relatively short group buy, because it was a group buy. It wasn't an in-stock item. It should be done at the end of August, I think is what they're saying, or maybe like early September or something. I was like, great, quick turnaround. I mean, it was $770. So that was the downside, right? Is like, oh no, this is a ton of money. But at worst case scenario, I just make my money back when if I decide I really hate it. It's not like it's money that I threw away. It's more money that I just, I can get back, was my thought on it. So so they go into production, and I'm starting to get nervous because I'm starting to see other cyberboards selling for less and less on Mech Market than I had been seeing. I used to be seeing like 1,500, 2,000 sometimes for these things, which is, I was starting to see 1,000, 800, which is creeping down towards the 770 that I paid. And I was like, that's fine. I'm also nervous about insuring something that expensive in a shipment. But anyways, long story short, a few days ago, I get an email from Angry Meow, and they said that they were having a lot of trouble getting the finish right, because it's a PVD finish, which is a finish on top of steel, I believe, that gives it that like kind of forged steel rainbow color. And they felt like they didn't want to hold on to people's money without an ETA that was realistic, which right off the bat, even just admitting that is amazing in the keyboard world, because most of the time it's like people are just like, no updates at all. It's just, who knows what's happening, and then maybe someday I'll receive your product. You kind of have to go to them to get updates. So they sent out an update, and they were like, we'll figure out what we're doing to make it worth our while for our customers, and we'll update you within 10 days. So it's like, even just giving a time frame then was huge. And so I was like, wow, these guys are really going above and beyond to really make it a positive experience. So then a few days later, I get an email saying, well, we don't think that we can get this done, at least in the time frame we wanted to. I want to be careful. I don't want to mischaracterize what they said. I think it was essentially, we don't think we can get it done in the time that we thought we could, and we don't know how long it will take. Therefore, we're going to refund you, but we'll also give you $80 each, like everyone who got one, which the 300 of us in the US who got one, or in North America. And then we'll also give you priority queue for round 3, which is happening at some point. And I think I don't know if they explicitly said, or I just am assuming that they're using different finishes for the exterior for round 3. But basically, if you had a round 2, you can just at your leisure place an order for round 3. And I was blown away by this. I've never seen anything quite. I mean, I know Glorious was very upfront, and I really appreciate that. Rama is very upfront. So, you know, those, and then obviously like Omnitype, formerly known as Dixie Mech, is very upfront. There's a lot of companies that are really good about like, we're sending out a weekly newsletter, or we're emailing you directly if you're a buyer or whatever. But just for them to be like, nah, we just don't think that we can get it done the way we want to. So we're not only refunding you, which was all they needed to do, but we're also giving you $80, was kind of mind blowing to me. So they're sending that to Space Cables, who's going to disperse it later. But I was like, you've got me sold. I mean, it's an expensive product, no doubt, and I'm not 100% convinced I'm going to get in on a round 3. But the fact that they were so generous was definitely confidence inspiring for any future buyers. So if you're ever looking to buy a product from Angry Meow, or MIAO, I think that's how you pronounce it. Their logo is a cat, so I'm assuming. They have my full endorsement. They seem like honest and kind and compassionate people if they're willing to do that. So yeah, there you go. I don't know if other people have had other experiences, but I mean, especially when you can consider, like, compare that to like Gray Studio or something, not to just like name drop and drag someone into the mud, but there's been a lot of problems with some of the I think it was like the Think 6.5 V2 or whatever that board was, that people were getting the wrong plates for their layouts, or they weren't getting the right tops, or you know, whatever. And it was just no communication. This is like the exact opposite, where it was preemptive communication, where they're like, yeah, we're thinking it's not going to happen, so we just want to head this off the pass. I was very impressed. So yeah, that's probably the biggest piece of keyboard news this week, as far as I am aware. I'm obviously not aware of everything. You can also, in my Discord, in the Interloper Discord, I pipe in a lot of channels from other Discords. So we have like a group buys one that comes from Met Group Buys. We have the Nullbits and Omnitype and BIP and all those other vendors. So, you know, you can see if you want to stay up to date on vendor announcements, or group buys, or restocks in different vendors that I like. Like I said, I have, Divinity, which is one of my favorite US retailers, Omnitype, who I really like, Nullbits, and I also have KBD Fans product updates, because I've had a pretty good experience shopping with them. But Divinity, if they have it on Divinity, it's probably the same price as KBD Fans with better shipping, because I think they are almost like a US proxy for them. BIP is my favorite keycap designer, so I like to keep track of what he's up to. And then MGB Extras is just whenever there's a run of a group buy and then there's extras, you can find them there, which is helpful. That's actually how I got my GMK bleached set that we might be using today, was on an extra purchase. So yeah, you can stay up to date there. But as far as like group buys this week that have launched, nothing has really spoken to me per se. I mean, you know, Botanical round 2 is going right now, so that if you're interested in that, I would hop on that like a grenade, because that one is huge. GMK Jags, just another gray set is what Jag stands for. It's fine, but I think they're using a different technology for the Legends that is more time consuming. At least that was the implication from all the comments on Reddit, that this one might take forever. But yeah, Ramakar round 2. I mean, that's huge, obviously, but that happened last week. And then Damaki Apes looked interesting, but it's running through, who's the vendor? Let's see. It's running through, they have a new US vendor. KP Republic was the only vendor. It looks like EL Board is the new one. KP Republic is a vendor I will unabashedly say that I do not like at all, and I would never recommend you buy from them. They have, I have never received something I purchased from them. I have only once received a refund for something that I never received. So I have zero qualms with publicly encouraging people to not shop with them. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to like find where this ISO diode is that I... My goodness, I do not see it. It's supposedly near the left shift, but there is no diode over there. This is so weird. Anyways. Cool. Well, I will continue with these diodes. But yeah, if you have any questions too about upcoming group buys or anything, because I know there's a lot of keyboard group buys that are live right now. There's actually a lot of them. Space 80 is one that looked interesting, but it was through Gray Studio, who had all the issues with the other space boards. But those do have an insane resale value. So if you're interested in, rolling the dice on one and you're hoping to get it and you'd end up not liking it, there's that. There's another Icky 68 in the Stargaze colorway, which is cool. The Icky 68 is a cool board that I think is a really great price point for what it is. And it goes with GMK Stargaze. It does not come with GMK Stargaze, but it is themed that way, which is neat. So another Keychron board. I don't really know. IDOBOW ID87. The Novel Keys NK65 Oblivion edition. So if you're looking for an NK65 entry edition, but you also really like the GMK Oblivion, kind of like Dolch-esque, but with like a GitHub type of theme, then that might be a board for you. There's an interesting case. I know Alex Otos did a video on it where it's a case made of glass that's for a 60% board. Really interesting, called the Balder, BALDR. I noticed they had an option to have the kind of threaded standoffs pre-installed for you, which implies that those might be difficult to install. So that kind of, I don't really know if I'm super interested in building one of those. If someone sends me one to build, I obviously will, but just seems scary to have a case made of glass. And the acoustics weren't amazing. More it's the lighting, that you'd be after, but I don't know, the glass gets you something that acrylic couldn't. The Chaos 65% board for $285. That's pretty decent price depending on the mounting type. I don't really know. I haven't looked at it. Orange Boy Ergo from Mech Wild. They're the guys who made the Mercutio PCB that I built. So if you want a bigger style, it's like a larger Alice style board that looks very unique, and it's actually symmetrical, which is kind of cool. So yeah, a lot of interesting stuff out right now. Obviously, like I said, all these are group buys, so these are things you can enter now, and then especially if it's a GMK set, you'll probably wait 18 months to get it. In fact, I just got in some group buys from them. I got Cat Arctic, which was one that I think the first group buy that I ever entered. And I think that was about 500 days. So almost 2 years. And then GMK Classic Blue, I also got in. I don't know why that one took a long time. But I have plenty of sets that I'm waiting on that'll be a minute. But it was funny. I have a spreadsheet that I use to keep track of everything, and it has estimated delivery times that every week I'll go through and update them based on the newsletters from various vendors. And I was looking at it and I was like, oh, that one's all the way out in December. In fact, let me make sure. I think I was like, that's December of next year. That's a long time. Then I was like, wait, no, that's December. Yeah, I was like, December's a while, but I was like, oh, December next year. So we're already, like, the current estimate for its GMK Analog Dreams, the current estimate was end of Q4 2022. So, there's a decent amount of sets that are already slated for Q4 of 2022, which is insane. But I really hope GMK is able to increase production capacity and start cranking these out a little bit faster, but it is what it is. I think it's one of those things where you can kind of get into the rotation of, like, because, okay, I do not encourage flipping stuff. However, I will say a lot of people complain about flippers in this community, and I hate when people flip stuff that they only make a certain number of units of. However, if you want to flip group buys, I don't really see the problem in that per se, because it's not specifically unlimited group buys, which typically most keycap sets are. And in fact, I I would argue that it might even be beneficial. And here's my thesis. If you want to flip a limited item, that's annoying because there's only so many of them out there. And if you have a bot that can scalp, like think GPUs, right? And go buy something faster than a human can and then sell it for 3 times the price. That's worse for everyone but the flipper. It doesn't assist the website in making sales because those would have been sales made anyways, or the vendor. It's worse for the consumer and it's good for the flipper. So that's bad. But when we're talking about, and I think that mentality gets applied to everybody who does buy things specifically to resell them. I still think that there's some honor in buying things just because you like them. However, if it's an unlimited group buy, meaning there's just a time frame during which anybody can order something and then have it shipped to them, there's usually a minimum order quantity in order to hit pricing. You'll see MOQ listed, which means we need to have X number of orders. Otherwise, we can't price the set at what we said we'll price it at. So we'll just cancel the group buy, which has happened to me. There was a set called GMK Alchemy that I entered the group buy for, and it was canceled, which was annoying because I really liked it. And it was basically a GMK version of that Rama set that I'm suddenly Heavy Industry, PBT Heavy Industry from Rama. I really liked it. I thought it looked great. I thought it would look good on a lot of boards, whiteboards, off-white boards, things of that nature. Anyways, so if you are buying group buys in order to flip them, then that's just increasing the MOQ, meaning, or it's pushing towards the MOQ, meaning that other people who entered it and wanted it for themselves have a better chance of being able to get it, especially if it's a more obscure set. Now, if it's, like I said, if it's like Botanical or Dual Shot or Oblivion, that there's almost a guarantee that people are going to want, then that's not as important. But like for the smaller ones, sure, why not? And then you end up with a people who get them and then they try to sell them. Well, they're just selling something that they bought. And the way I look at it is they have more patience, and someone else just has more money because they're probably selling it over retail. I skipped a diode up there, which is fine because it was an unlimited group buy. Where it is slightly unfortunate is, like, say someone recently joined the hobby before they were even able to get into the group buy, and it's one that they probably won't do an R2 of, then really your only option is to buy it from a reseller, which can be very expensive, so you may never be able to get it. But if they weren't reselling it, it just wouldn't be available at all. So, I mean, even then, it's like, at least it's available, right? And if it's brand new, then there's no shine on it, whatever. So, I don't know. That's my thought on reselling keycaps intentionally. It's like getting in on group buys. And my strategy has just been, I'll get in on a group buy if I like the set, but I don't necessarily plan to keep it, if that makes sense. Like, I have a lot of keycap sets already. If I like it, like if I think it's pretty or attractive or whatever, I'll get in on it. But then if it arrives and my mind has been changed, because that's happened, like Classic Blue, I ordered that one. I'm not nearly as thrilled about it as when I first got in on it, because your tastes change over time. Then I don't think there's any shame in being like, well, I'm not really feeling it. I don't know that it deserves a spot in my collection. I'm just going to sell it. And I don't know that I've ever seen a GMK set sell for less than at least what it costs to buy. So not that I'm encouraging you or telling you that they're not a depreciating asset, because if you open the package, they are. And if you use them, they are. But a brand new in-box GMK set is almost always going to resell to somebody for at least what you paid for it, if not more. I mean, Botanical was out here. I was seeing base sets for like $500 sometimes, which I would never pay for a keycap set no matter what it was. But Yeah, I don't know. That's just kind of my thought, is like pretty much every group buy that comes by, if I'm like, oh, that looks interesting, if I have the wherewithal financially to grab it, I probably will. And then, these things will start rolling in eventually. What all do I have out there? Modern Dolch, Cyberspace, that's a cat set. Rainy Day, 8008, that's a good one. Dots, Fuji, Awaken, Striker, Metropolis, Oblivion, the ones that I think are cool. I wouldn't go in on a group buy if I didn't like it. You could if you want to, and I don't know that that's wrong either. But then it's like, once it arrives, you can make that call. It's like, do I want to keep this or do I want to sell this? And at least get my money back, because they just take so long to get. And that's the worst part, is like, you don't know if they're ever going to do another round of it. So that may be the only set you can get. So I don't know. It's a weird kind of economy of keycaps, but that's where my brain lands on that. So I don't consider people who go in on every group buy and then just sell them to be flippers per se in the same right as like a GPU flipper. I don't consider them to be as bad for the community. In fact, I think they're potentially a bit beneficial in some scenarios. So now, to be fair, I think the guy who is like trying to flip sets wouldn't even bite on a set that probably wouldn't hit MOQ, because if it wouldn't hit MOQ now, who's to say that there will be any interest in it at all later? So there's that, but you can only gamify this so much. Let me close all these tabs here and pull back up my build guide, because we have 2 special diodes that we need to install. There you go, near the MCU. This is, I think, the first time I've actually built a Mysterium where I didn't at least solder up half of it first. I'm just on a roll here. I'm on my soapbox about group buys. I have seen like vendors like Kinetic Labs are trying to make more in-stock items a thing, which I think is cool. But the problem with that, at least right now, is that this culture of FOMO and it's like we're conditioned to be like, this might be the only ever chance we get. It's like the second that Kinetic Labs has a set, it's gone. I think Drop, for all of their issues, has been trying to make GMK in-stock sets a thing. Belafonte and Hennessy, I believe, are 2 sets that they were trying to have a decent amount of, which I think is cool. So I don't know. They annoy me, definitely, but sometimes it's like just allowing someone to be able to get their hands on a GMK set so they even know if they like it, because ABS keycaps may not be for everyone, and you may be totally cool with you to go with a PBT set that might be better, especially if you're like a heavy user and you use your keyboard constantly. You might not want that shine. Totally get it, especially for the price. So it's nice that you could potentially pick up a GMK keycap set and see what it's all about for maybe not cheaper, but at least more available. Like, it ships relatively quickly. So I don't know. That's kind of nice. Excuse me. The smoke here is very bad. I almost don't even want to talk about it because I think everyone is having the same experience, probably. Well, in the US. I need to not assume that everyone who watches me is in the US, or at least, I don't know. I have this like dumb image in my brain that it's just like people who live near me are the ones watching, but it's not the case. But in the excuse me. In the US, the smoke is really bad. Specifically in the Northwest. There's a lot of fires in Oregon and Washington and California that are blowing up, and Idaho. They're all blowing up and into Montana, and it is it's weird. It's like a constant sunset outside. Well, I never figured out which diode is the ISO keycap diode, but hopefully that won't be an issue. I also didn't have 2 spares, so I'm hoping I didn't mess something up. I was promised 2 spares, and I had none. Unless, of course, it's entirely possible that the kitting for this, I wouldn't imagine it would be, but it's possible that Switch Couture did the kitting for this instead of CTFKB, in which case, you know, your mileage may vary kind of situation on the parts. But I would be surprised, at least, unless, of course, Switch Couture just got the PCB files and had their own run done, which is, I guess, entirely possible. Fortunately, I have bags of diodes if I have a problem here, but I'm curious who did the kitting for this. Okay, it's time to solder up these, these diodes. All right. So let's get my adorable little baby iron out. Isn't it cute? Has a little OLED display in it. It's the TS80P, and I very much like it. Let's also pop in while that's heating up. It only takes a few seconds, but let's grab my ventilation system. And I also noticed that it tends to blow parts around. So I'm just gonna grab these 2 diodes because I need them. Put the rest of the parts off to the side so they don't get blown into the great unknown. And then let's insert these last 2 diodes. These are not going in as easily. Let's readjust a little bit. What I think is happening is that the radius of that turn is a little bit too large. So we just need to make sure that that's shored up nice and tight without cracking this, because this is a Zener diode and I don't have these on hand. There we go. Cool. One down. Let's smoosh up this one a little bit too, just to make sure we're good. Okay. Great. Let us get the ventilator and do some soldering. Okay. The if you see any like brown bubbling on the surface, that's what's called solder mask, which is a material that it's a layer on top of the PCB that is there to prevent solder from spreading around. It's very helpful, in fact, essential, but it can kind of bubble and burn. It's fine though, because you can use Q-tips and alcohol to get that brown off the board. Okay, that's the tops of that whole side. I'll go back through later with just the soldering iron and a pair of tweezers to make any little left to right adjustments, because then I'll have one free hand, but then we'll go back in and do the bottom. Okay, so now the top is done. I'm gonna grab a pair of tweezers and I'm going to go through one by one, and if I need to move the diode left to right, I'll grab it with the tweezers, reheat the top solder joint and scooch it, let it go, let it cool, and then they should all be aligned correctly. This is purely for aesthetic purposes. Okay, cool. Now we're gonna go back through and do the bottoms of all these. That should be much faster. Whew. I'm guessing all you can see is the back of my head, but I have to like lean in real close to see what I'm doing here. How's my hairline doing, chat? Any male pattern baldness today? I'm trusting you guys have my back here. I think that's the full set on the left side. Let's get the right side and then we'll clean them up. Okay. One thing I did notice is that the diodes that I hand bent were typically a lot more well aligned than the others. So just interesting note. Okay, now it's time to get... Actually, let's trim the leads first. So we can straighten all these now. And then we can clip them off. And get them all over the floor. Just the way my Roomba likes it. Be careful here. Do not scratch a trace on your PCB. Just be nice and gentle. Let's grab our little clipperoo. Cut all these off. Gotta be real careful with the tip of these so you don't scratch a trace in your PCB, which I have done. It's like felling a little forest. Okay, we got one side done. Just gotta do the rest. At least these ones are all in a row. Okay. Whew. There's a lot of these things. Danger. Okay, I think that's all of them. Great. Let's clean up our space a little bit. And then do some cleaning with the alcohol and then proceed. Hard to pick these little wires up off this rubber mat. Okay. Okay. So, next we will grab a Q-tip. Try to make this look a little bit nicer. These are pointed Q-tips. Oh, have a new bottle of alcohol here. The other thing you can do, if it's being extra stubborn, is use a baby toothbrush. These are super high bristle density toothbrushes that are obviously very soft, so they won't hurt any of your components. Made for babies, which is why Amazon thinks I'm a dad now and has been recommending me tactical baby gear. Thank you, Amazon. Really, I'm just trying to get the yellow kind of burnt solder mask off of here. I think it detracts from the look of this board a little bit. Doesn't always all come off, but you can get pretty close. That's pretty good. I'll come back to this when we're closer to done. I don't want to accidentally remove the solder mask, for instance, around the USB port. That would be a disaster. Make life very difficult for me. So we'll do some more of this at the end, but just wanted to get some of it done while I can. Do a little bit of this baby toothbrush as well. paper towel here. Does work pretty well. It also does remove that solder mask though, so keep that in mind. Okay. There we go. Cool, looking way better. But like I said, we'll recircle on that because I'm terrified of removing the solder mask where I shouldn't. So, okay, step 3 is put in the resistors. So let me collect them. Some LED. Okay, there are 4 sets of resistors, 10K, 5.1K, 1.5K, and 75R. These are the 75s. These are the 1.5s. The PCB is labeled. This is the 10. Orientation does not matter on a resistor. It's just a restriction on the flow of electricity. So it's easy enough. Okay, that guy inserted. Next is the 1.5. There's actually 2 of those, and they go on the outside, like the bottom and then the second to top. One interesting thing to note is that sometimes when you use a toothbrush to clean your PCB with alcohol, it can be kind of sticky afterwards from underneath where the kind of some of the solder mask is partly dissolved, but partly not. So do beware of that. Okay, and then we have the 5.1K. And then the 75R. It's these last 2. Let's cap the alcohol before I spill it on my desk and ruin all the finish. Let's solder all these up real quick. Let me throw out these little guys. Okay. Let's clip the legs. Great. Next step. USB Type-C port. Here we go. It's time for the big leagues. This is the main event.
Are you ready?
I'm not, but it's okay. We'll get her done. USB-C port. So this guy has 4 large pins and 2 smaller, or 2. It's got like a billion tiny pins. So what I like to do is use some flux, but first we'll insert it. I just dropped it in my trash can. Hold on. That was brutal. Ouch. Dude, that was like a saw trap. Because I had to reach through so many cut off stems of all of these resistors. That was very painful. Don't drop your USB-C port in your garbage can, kids. Now I gotta straighten some of these pins too, and they're tiny. Okay. I got it dropped down. So I should be able to flip it over, and we'll apply a touch of solder to the big legs. what we're trying to do is to get the solder to flow into and around those parts. It has a natural kind of like a wicking property. So if we can get it to wick the way we want it to, then we're good. Okay, so that was the easy part, right? That was the 4 big, normal human life-sized legs. Let's just check and make sure before we commit that that is how we want. So next, we're going to apply a little bit of flux. Flux will help the solder flow, and we really need it to flow here. So we'll put a little bit in there. There we go. Next, we're going to do what's called a drag solder, which is where you get a little blob of solder on the tip of your iron. You drop it down and you drag it back and forth, and then you hope that the solder mask saves you and that it just drops down into those tiny little holes. The less you do, the better, because if you have too much, it could bridge between 2 holes, which is not what you want. You want it to just flow nice in between them all. So let's try that. Okay, we got a couple of them with that. We'll do some more. Okay, I think we got it. Let's check. Behold. Uh-oh, I hit every key on my keyboard just now with my fan. Microsoft is selling me things. Okay. I think we're 90% of the way there. I just potentially have a couple that are touching. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get some desoldering braid and try to wick up a little bit of it. Okay, that might have been too much, but we'll see. All right, I will clean that only after this thing works, provided it works. It actually looks pretty decent. Great. Okay, 2 push buttons are next. Done and done. So next, let's move on to the 6-pin header, which I believe has the short pins down. So let's get that guy going. And then the fuse, which is the flat boy. Let's solder it first and then fold it down. Definitely forgot my fume extractor there. Neat. Okay, fuse has been folded. Let's clip the legs. Okay. Then let's get the LED and the capacitor. LED we already had. Orientation on LEDs do matter. They are diodes. So make sure you get them in correctly. I'm just going to bend one leg down to hold it up while I solder the other, and then I'll reverse the process. Okay. Great. Cool. Our LED is planted. And then we have this capacitor. We need to free from his there we go. Okay. Longer leg goes to square pad, correct. So the lighter colored portions toward the top. Great. And then the crystal oscillator. Which is the most mysterious sounding part. Orientation, I do not believe matters on those. they just shake. Whoops. Great. All right, next up we have, we're really moving now, some little boy capacitors that go on either side of this oscillator. That would be these. They are small enough that their orientation doesn't matter. On larger capacitors, it definitely does. I'm not exactly sure if it's more of a technology thing, like the materials that it's made of, or if it's just literally a size thing where if you get below a certain size, it doesn't matter. But I do know that typically on the itsy bitsy ones, it's fine. Versus on the big boys, like this one up here, you need to make sure that it's in the right orientation. I believe these are 22 picofarads. Resistors are measured in ohms. Capacitors are measured in farads. Cool. So let's clip these legs. I believe we only have one small part left, and then we have the MCU to solder up. Hold on a second. I think I did this incorrectly. I believe yes, I did. Bit of a blunder. Potentially. Hold on. I need to verify what capacitance these are. These are indeed 22Js, which means I believe these are the ones that go on either side here. So let me remove those guys with some solder braid. Fortunately, this is the best time to have caught this. Ah. We actually need to resolder this a bit so we can get some good flow here. I think we're gonna have to get out the... Hey, what's up? How's it going, Excalibur? I am working on a Mysterium, the CTF-KB Mysterium in a Switch Couture case. But right now I'm trying to swap two capacitors that I had misplaced. So I'm trying to desolder them real quick. We're going to be putting Ethereal Pandas in this build, which are a Holy Panda-esque switch. All right, we had to literally bring out the big gun to try to get this thing out. So let me add a little extra solder to that just to get enough to flow for the extraction. Let's get this out of here too. But yeah, this is a 10 keyless or a TKL build, so it's basically a full-size keyboard minus the number pad. Okay. Hopefully that is enough. There we go. Excellent. So these actually go on the top and the bottom. These leads are too short. I may need to, I might as well anyways, just solder it from the top. But we can get rid of the desoldering gun. Okay. Okay, now let's actually install the correct capacitors here. Now that we've goofed up our PCB, not really, just got a little extra crispy solder mask on one side, which again, we can fix. Great. Okay, those are now flipped. So now it's time to install the socket for the MCU. It has a little groove cut in the top right here that aligns with the PCB and also the MCU itself. So what I like to do is hit the corners first, just to make sure that it's flush. And now that it's flush, we can proceed with the rest of the pins. Okay. Done. So now I kind of want to plug it in before I clean it just to test it. Because if it just doesn't work, we'll need to do probably more soldering, which means we need to insert this MCU into the socket. Okay, this is the moment of truth. If I was an affiliate, I could do a prediction on if this would work at all, but I'm not, so here we go. Power came on. That's a huge sign. Sometimes they take a minute. I have not heard the USB noise. Let's try another USB cable. Oh, I just heard it. Let's see, is it showing up under keyboards? No. But if we pull up, oh, that doesn't work. If we pull up via, I should be able to check the key map. So when I'm holding this switch down, it works. If I go to the key tester, I'm assuming none of these will work. The reset switch is working. Let's pull up QMK Toolbox and see if it sees it. There you go. Oh, it's got a really weird bootloader on it. Okay, so let's download a default Mysterium firmware. Okay, so let's go to QMK configurator. Let's pull that up. Let's go to Mysterium. Compile it because I personally am fine with default firmware on boards like this. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Do you have any insight on this? Have you seen this before where it's just got like a bizarre bootloader? It's in potentially Spanish, but as long as it can be flashed with a new firmware, we should be fine. So let's download that. Okay, so let's show you guys. Okay, here's what I'm looking at. Van Wiegen Technique. I don't know if it's Spanish. Let's go to my downloads. Let's grab that. 18 mega 34U2. We're gonna flash it. Device signature, probably M32A. Oh, okay. 18 mega 32A. Let's try that. Okay, now we're actually writing it. So now if I pull this, setting up Mysterium. Okay, so it was just a weird bootloader. Do you have any idea what a weight that is off of me? But I mean, we're still not 100% there. We need to get out the tweezers of truth and check. Oh, I don't know why snaz is what I use for my countdowns. I don't know why that's showing up on top of this. Whoa, what's going on? There we go. All right, so let's let's go to the key tester and let's test these. Oh, they're working. Unbelievable. You will someday. Mark my words. You'll be overcome with an urge to do a through-hole build with a weird bootloader. I think that's a mod key. So we can double back on that. Oh, that indeed is Windows. Space. The other Windows. Let me turn on sounds so I'll be able to hear it for myself. Wow. Okay. It looks like this right alt. No, it does work. Okay, so let me grab one more pair of tweezers. Where did it go? Got it. Okay, so we'll hold down this mod key and let's check what these other layers do. It was just a reset. And it worked. We rebooted it. Great. Okay, so now that that's done, by the way, doesn't this look like the thing that like Qdoba brings your tacos out in? This is the sign of you're not going to get a very good taco if it comes out in something that looks like this. Just saying. Okay, we're going to actually clean up this PCB a little bit with a toothbrush. Remember, kids, brush your keyboard every night before bed so you keep them nice and clean. Prevent cavities. Okay. All right. That's a nice looking PCB there, ain't it? Woo! Really gets the people going. So, just make sure it still works, and I have not goofed and gaffed it up. And then, now, ladies and gentlemen, 2 hours and 22 minutes into the stream, we are back to where you would normally begin a keyboard build, but that's okay, because I have prepared something ahead of time, which is the stabilizers. So let's get those installed. There's a hair on this one. Ain't that just the way? Brush the flux away, that's true. You can't be going to sleep with flux. Flux on your teeth. Solder mask will build up on your teeth during the night. Alright, so we have a couple screws for our stabilizers. I also have some O-rings that I'm going to use on this just for safekeeping. So we're going to grab the old WoW stick. That's the name of this tool. What a truly tragic name. We're going to attach this stabilizer. Actually, let me put tape down first. Just for a little bit extra cush. Help prevent clacking. This is a tactile build, but they don't have to be loud. Where did my tweezies go? Right there. Oh, you're good. You're good. This is a Mysterium. CTFKB designed the PCB, and then it's a case by Switch Couture that's a stacked acrylic case, but it's a TKL build with Ethereal Pandas, which are a tactile Panda variant. So we just got the PCB up and running. Very happy about that. We flashed it with the correct firmware, despite its bizarre bootloader, and now we are preparing to install the stabilizers and switches, and yeah, go to town on this guy. You need 4 2U stabilizers and 1 6.25 for a standard layout TKO build. So that is what I'm doing today. How's your Apex game? Dude, I built a Switch Couture Alice, and it's one of my favorite boards of all time. So, definitely a fan of what they're doing over there. You guys ever watch the Twitch streamer Hollywhirl? She's British. I believe she lives in London, but I'm not 100% sure. But she streams Apex, and she is depressingly good at that game. Since she streams from Europe, it's usually like in the morning for me. But you know, it's like I'll have it on sometimes while I'm in the morning getting ready. But it's like every other game she gets a dub, which is shocking. And yeah, just watching her destroy people's will to live is satisfying. Definitely. That's the thing. It seems like game sense is like the #1 thing that I at least am lacking. It's like I can point and click, and you know, if it's like a straight up firefight, I can usually get decent chance, you know. But it's like, when do I engage? When do I pull back? When do I pop shields? You know, there's a lot to it. It's fun though. I do enjoy that game. I don't normally like battle royales, but I like Apex. I think it's fun. And I also really like Titanfall. So that's probably why, because I played the crap out of Titanfall 1 and 2, and a lot of the weapons are the same, and like the movement system. So it's super fun. I thought about streaming it, and I still might do that at some point if I get closer to affiliate and I just need more streams. It'd be super fun to just do some gaming streams every once in a while. I would enjoy that. I also play a lot of Overwatch, so that might be kind of fun, and some other ones in there too. That's the main reason why I don't use my Switch Couture Alice here, actually, is that with a split spacebar, I usually have the left spacebar mapped to backspace because I'm a right thumb space boy. So then I have to, in every single game, go in and remap jump to backspace, which is annoying. So I don't be doing that. But I do like this Ramakara very much. Gotcha. Right on. I just never hit spacebar with my left thumb unless I'm playing games, which I didn't realize until I tried to game on that thing. But yeah, I don't know. It is very efficient to have left thumb be backspace, though. That's a habit I picked up from my days of typing on an Ergodox that has never left, despite the fact that I don't use an Ergodox anymore. So in my Alice, I have Kiwis, which I really like. I also have a Nico and Steph Arisu, which is another stacked acrylic. It's a hot swappable version, and I think they're I don't know if the group buys ended or not, but they were in group buy recently, and I built one of those on stream. And I put Hyperglide MX Blacks, lubed and filmed, in that guy, and that's really nice too, like if you like linear. I've been very impressed with the Hyperglide switches, so. But I'm definitely, it's funny, when I'm at work, I tend to be more team tactile. I use a D60 HHKB layout with bobas in it, like the black boba U4Ts, but when I'm at home, I tend to like linears, and so this one up above right here is using mint linears, which I like a lot too. They're a little bit dampened linears, so they're not super loud, but they just feel like butter. Some of the smoother linears I've ever used. Available at Dino Keys. Not sponsored, but I am friends with them. Wanted to use Hyperglide Aqua King. Oh, interesting. I've never used those before. Hyperglide Blacks are, MX Blacks are nice. And frankly, pretty much any JWK recolor tends to be nice. I've used Tropicals, Snow Whites. You know, really what happens when you start finding different variants is a lot of times they'll do weird stuff with the springs. Like the Queen switches had like a 3-stage spring that was really strange, and a couple other variants that I've seen, but for the most part, yeah, it seems like you can't go wrong with a good JWK. And there's so many colors, it's super fun. TNGs are nice. I think they're kind of expensive and hard to get, but they're nice. But yeah, I don't know. Dogecons, switches that I put in a board at one point that were the JWK recolor. I have a lot of switches. I should take inventory at some point. So I have a full set of Glorious Pandas that I bought like the second they were announced, and my plan is to put them into an old, like full-size DOS Keyboard Pro that I have lying around, but only after lubing and filming them. But I haven't gotten to it yet, so I really have no... Oh, cool. Right on. I am happy to hear it. But yeah, I have no experience with actually using Glorious Pandas. So I'm very curious how they stack up. You know, I have actually used these Ethereal Pandas in a hot swap. I put them in a GMMK Pro, ironically. But I have not used a Glorious Panda yet in anything. Okay. No, I threw it out. I keep all of my switches in these little deli containers, and I didn't want to keep the Glorious Panda box around, so I threw it out. But it said Glorious Holy Panda, not Glorious Panda. I'm pretty sure. Don't quote me on that, because I might be wrong. But yeah, it was like a pre-order. Okay, we're gonna use the flathead to get these screws apart. We're gonna be peeling a lot of acrylic today. Gotcha. Were people selling those boxes? I never even knew that. That's funny. Huh. Yeah, if I had known, I would have hung on to it just for the novelty, because you're never going to see that again, you know? But I got too much cardboard already. I tend to keep boxes around for, like, sometimes client builds will come and the box will just be destroyed. And so I'll pack it up in a new box or something, but or I'll be selling switches I'm not using on Mech Market or something and I need something, but yeah, I do remember that, and I remember them addressing that controversy and just being like, I didn't really understand either side of it. I was like, A, why would you try to copyright that? But also, why are people so mad? It seemed, I don't know, like everyone was freaking out. Super thick plate. I like it. It tends to give it a nice kind of deeper sound. I don't like that the switches don't really click into it, because they need to like get a little bit below the plate to actually click. So, you know, give and take, but just the sheer amount of material makes it kind of sound pretty good in my opinion. So, yeah. I don't know. I still would take a gasket mount, like the Barleycorn has a gasket mount in an acrylic case. I'd probably take that over this thick boy plate, or even just a sandwich mount with a palm plate to give that flexibility. But I think I don't mind. I don't hate it, I guess, is my... And once you get the switches, like, I think if this was a hot swap board, I would have a much different opinion of it. I would not like it, because you really need the switches to be clicking into the plate there. But because it's not, I'm fine with them. I've never seen it anywhere else, though. I will say that. It's definitely, if it's got the thick boy plate, then it's got to be Switch Couture. I'm sure it's easier for them because it's obviously the same stock that they're using for every single other layer, so they don't have to have like a separate, you know, set of material that they're using for for the plates, but it's definitely thicker than, what is it? Oh, I can't even remember the standard thickness of a plate. 1 point something mil, right? 1.6. One thing I do like that they do is these hexagonal posts that are on the sides here. It keeps everything nice and straight, which is pretty cool. I've taken apart my Alice just to get photos of the soldering for a Reddit, like offering my services kind of post, and made it easy to take apart and put back together, which is handy. Not that you'd really probably be planning to do that very often, but you know, it's not hot swap, so if you ever wanted to switch swap, you'd have to desolder. This is like time consuming in multiple ways, because not only is it a through hole build, which took me over 2 hours, but now I'm peeling acrylic, which also takes forever. But I don't know if I'm gonna pass the... How long was that barleycorn video? Was that like 5 hours long? I can't even remember. I doubt I'm gonna be quite that long. We'll see. One funny thing about Glorious, though, is like, didn't they kind of make their name off of copywriting popular phrasing in the community? Because the Holy Panda, for one thing, is a nickname, right? It's a Halo switch and a Panda housing, or a Halo stem and a Panda housing. So Holy Panda, I think maybe drop. I don't think so. I think I did get her done in one day, but it was definitely a long one. But yeah, so Holy Panda is technically probably not, I think now that Drop is selling official Holy Pandas, you know, it's a thing. But like the whole idea of like Glorious PC gaming race came from Reddit. You know, there's that sub PC Master Race that's kind of their whole shtick. So it's like Glorious whole brand identity is really tied up in something they didn't really create. So I'm guessing then that's maybe why it's an easy jump to be like, well, we'll just call this the Glorious Holy Panda, because that's what the community calls these really nice clicky or tactile switches. I don't really know. Not trying to assume, but I know I dreaded that barleycorn build and I talked about it for a few days. I didn't dread it, but I dreaded how long it might take, because it's a big boy. What is y'all's opinion on Warzone versus Apex? Because I've never played Warzone, but I have Cold War. But I'm more of a zombie boy. But if Warzone is good, I might try it. Hey! How's it going? I did. I talked to him on Discord. Got my address sent over. Oh, gotcha. Good to see you. This man, Streamlabs is not working, but shout out Gerald T. Or Grid, as his friends call him. This man is giving me a mug for free because I was the best marble. It's good to see you. Oh. Hey. Thanks for the host. It's going well. It was touch and go for a second. We the soldering went okay. I had some capacitors that I switched because I wasn't reading the labels, but I got them flipped. And then there was a really weird bootloader on the MCU, so it took me a second to get it flashed. But once I did, the PCB is working. Now I'm just peeling layers off of this acrylic, which takes an eternity. Someday, mark my words, I'm just gonna build one of these stacked acrylic boards and leave all the paper on. That'll be the aesthetic. That'll be the vibe. But the switch plate's definitely the worst by far. Okay. So now we just smack that on there like such. And then we just load it up with switches. And they are cool. They're working. So let's get some corner ones soldered just so that the whole thing has a modicum of structural integrity. If y'all haven't seen Gerald's stream, go check it out. He does cool stuff. He actually does PCB layout, which is fun to watch. I have coworkers who do PCB layout. It's pretty neat. Dude, it is. It's this chungus. This absolute unit. It's the Switch Couture Special. Thanks for the follow. I am Elvin, or 11. Appreciate that. Helps the stream. Yeah, he a big boy. This one don't mess around. Elvin, cool. Good to have you. Thanks for joining us. That one's definitely gonna fall out when I flip it over. Let's just not get too greedy and let's solder in a couple of these. Mysterium, yes. It's a good board. Thanks for the follow, Quappa. Appreciate it. Nice to meet you too. Oh, are you friends? Do we know each other? Is this a meme? Hello, nice to meet you. Well, thanks for the follow, Trixie Fox. Appreciate that. I feel like this is a meme. Look at this. Everyone's coming together. We're having a good time. It's like the Woodstock of keyboard streams with less violence and crime. These are Ethereal Pandas, which are a Holy Panda clone, and they are adorable. I like them a lot. I had them previously in a GMMK Pro just for a sound test with some SA switches, but I've never used them with GMK switches on a different board, so I figured we're going tactile today. Thank you for the follow, Samuel Matthew. Appreciate that. Gerald, you're the man. I appreciate you bringing people to my door. It's very kind of you. You give me a mug. You bring people to my community. What a hero. I did. Yes. It came with a janky Hispanic bootloader on it that I could not understand what it was trying to say to me, so I reflashed it. And now all is good in the hood. So your mileage may vary. All right, let's do some validation on... I was about to say, let's do some validation on some stabilizers, but I literally have not soldered a single switch where a stabilizer is, so let's do that. These ones are a bit tougher because the plate doesn't quite fit as tightly. What have you done? Nice to meet you. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with my chat being the place where everybody comes to gather. The community forum. Oh, did you see that? There was a spider that just crawled out of that switch and I smooshed it. Oh, okay. Y'all, story time. Not to throw my wife under the bus here. And I told this story before, so I apologize for those of you who've already heard it. But the other day I was at work and I get a call from my wife and I answer and I just hear screaming, which is never a good sign. And my first thought is, oh no, my wife is currently in the process of being murdered. And this is her last desperate phone call to try to call for help. And you don't want to hear that. But then she picks up the phone and then she starts screaming that a spider just crawled out of her keyboard. She used to use, we recently swapped it out for her, but she had a NK65 like milkshake edition, with the little fruits. Adorable keyboard. Much less adorable when a spider crawls out of it. Yes, I apologize for doubling down on my content, but I have new people. So anyways, apparently she had seen it crawl into the keyboard and called me and then was screaming, but then it crawled out while on the phone, and so she managed to vacuum it before it got any further. But it's pretty scary. Spider in the keyb. So now she's using a different Mysterium that I built a while ago. So that is the irony, I suppose, is that now she's back on this keyboard. Mostly because it's hard to sometimes always know what the modifiers are when they are a fruit. It's like, which one is alt? I don't know, it's a blueberry. So, all right, let's get the spacebar in and then give her a sound test. And probably need to straighten these mods a little bit too. Alrighty. Cool. We can also test these to make sure that they work. Let's do that real quick. For those of you who are new to the stream, my name's Nathan. I'm a software developer. I live in Montana, and I just like making keybs. So it's a pleasure to have you here. Let us check the key tester. Hello, nice to meet you. Ooh, I don't think I soldered that one in. Or did I? I did not. Escape. One thing I will say about these switches is I did lubed them and filmed them and oiled the springs, but the springs are still kind of creaky. So, I don't know. That's probably a me problem. I'm sure there's something I could do to fix that. Okay, let's grab a couple mods. Here's a space bar. I don't know. Bleached might be a bit too monochromatic for this build, but it might be perfect. I don't know. I also have Belafonte if we want to get blue with it. Not bad. Make sure caps, step caps gang. Nice. Just let it enter. There's the backspace. That one looks a little bit crooked. I'm not 100% sure. We'll get some more keys on there and find out. Cool. Now I might go ahead and actually give it a little twist right now. Okay. All right. Great. So let's get those out of here. Pop on some more switches and do a big old solder up. Now that I am pleased with the mods. At least the ones that I tested. I think at a certain point I'm gonna have 4 Mysteriums. Is that too many Mysteriums? I don't know. Can you have too many Mysteriums? Because I have this one that I'm building, which this is a personal build. I have one that my wife is using. It's a black Mysterium with alpacas and DSA Vile Bloom. Then I have Protozoa Studio has a Mysterium. You should check those guys out. The group buy is over, but the Glitch and Frost. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, at least those are small. I think that's good. That's probably good. But Protozoa Studios is doing a variant called the Glitch and the Frost. They're very interesting. I picked up the Frost. Yes, I agree. Those are really good too. So I love Protozoa. I think they do really amazing stuff. And then so at the beginning of the stream, I found out that I actually got, because I bought this Mysterium kit off Mech Market. The guy sent me a second case. Like, this one's completely clear. So I'll email him back and see if he wants this back. If he didn't mean to send it to me, but if he did, I'll probably just get a PCB and build that one too. So I'll either have 3 or 4 at some point for sure. But I do like a good TKL. And then I can do, I don't know if I could bring myself to put like a box navy in it or not, but I could do like one of each switch type. That'd be a good like demo board for people to feel. But I guess they're all different mount types too, because I'm pretty sure it's it might be sandwich mount like this for the Protozoa one, but the other one is just it's got foam in it, but it's just the standoffs and the normal like FR4. Oh, excuse me. Oh, half of the US is on fire right now, so it's very smoky. It's hard for me to breathe. These are adorable, aren't they? My dad is calling me. I'll call him back later. The only bummer is that this plate is so thick you can't see the little teal undersides on the switches. I hadn't thought about that when I picked them out. You can kind of see the teal peeking around the edges, but not really otherwise. Oh well. I have so many through-hole builds coming up. I think I was starting to say this before and I got distracted. I have, I think, 2 basket weaves, a Discipline, another Mysterium. Some of these are client builds. The Discipline I'm mil-maxing too, so that'll take a minute. So I think a normal TKL layout would be, these would all be 1.25 at the bottom. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. Let's see how many of these switches fall out when I flip this over. I can guarantee you some of these mods at the bottom are going to. But oh, one's out. Like to give it the old lookaroo just to make sure that all the pins are sticking through. Great. All right, so let's get my safety fan and do some soldering. Gotta reheat though. Actually, I think it's too hot. I had it higher because I was desoldering. Okay, that's all the switches I installed, but I know one fell out. There it is. Okay, cool. Now let's test it. These are Ethereal Panda switches. I'm sorry my stream bot thing is not working. My exclamation point build command does not work right now, and I don't know. It's been going haywire on me. But yeah, these are Ethereal Pandas. Okay. Let's reset this guy. Make sure everything is good in the hood. F8. There we go. If anyone has a theory as to why my Streamlabs bot has not been working, I will hire you as a detective. Okay. Did I just skip an entire row of soldering? I must have. That whole row doesn't work. Please hold. Please hold for dumb. Yep, I did. I skipped the whole thing. Well. There we go. Let's confirm that worked. And then I think we're done with the soldering iron. 3 hours into the stream. Perfect. Great. Okay, so we can put this away. We can put the soldering iron away. I will, just because, clean this up a little bit. Obviously won't get all of it off, but it does help with a little bit of that solder mask. I would probably do a bit more thorough of a brush if this were a client build, but it's for you, boy. Go. There's still some goobers on there, but I think my iron was a bit too hot for that. So it melted too much. Okay. Great. So the next step is going to be some peeling. Just going to take a minute. So let's start with the bottom layers and work our way up. Let's start with the easy layer. Acrylic peel. It's satisfying until it isn't. When it tears. I like that. Is that a snake emoji? Or emote? That's probably the most old man sounding thing I've ever said. Is that a snake emoji? Is that what the kids are using these days? I am an old man though. Especially compared to most of the people on Twitch. I am turning 28 tomorrow, which is weird. A dino? Okay. Cool. It's cute. Okay. Got that thing. Let's get the bottom one. Probably need to pull the screws out. This does also come with a second set of white acrylic screws, but since the top layer is clear, I don't really know how necessary that is, but it might come into play on the bottom. Yes, thank you. Fun fact, if you share your birthday with your wife, you will never forget her birthday, which is excellent. This is a thing that I have done. So, pro tip for all y'all out there. It's also an easy get out of jail free card if you're trying to like get out of something, but you don't want to admit to someone that it's your birthday because you're old, and just be like, oh, no, I can't. Tomorrow is my wife's birthday. Done. Thank you. That is kind of you. Right? Isn't that a great coincidence? I will tell her that. I'm going to text her that right now. To Madison. Wait, her name's Madison. Samuel MTTHW says happy birthday. There you go. Oh. She says, that's nice of him, thanks. There you go. She just started PA school. So she has been studying like crazy. She took a test today. Killed it. I'm very proud. It's a lot of work. I couldn't go back to school. Like, I made it. I'm done. I ain't doing that again. You couldn't pay me. Really? Yeah, it's a lot, but it's less than a doctor, which seems nice. And also, it seems like your hours are a little bit more reasonable, potentially, and you have less liability. Those all seem like great things to me. This is upside down. Yeah. Yep. For her, it's only... I'm not sure if this is the normal experience, but for her, it's like 2 years. I think it's like a year of in-class stuff and then a year of rotations where she just goes around and helps people at hospitals, which is neat. So she's starting remote and then gonna start school soon. Yeah, it's a thing. So we are fortunate to be where we are right now. We actually just closed on our condo. So the room that you see me in right now no longer belongs to me. It is somebody else's. But sometime, hopefully before too long, I'd imagine by September at the latest, I will be in a new stream room. We bought a house. Yeah, I agree. That's what I said. So it seemed like a smart decision, and I am 100% on board with her doing that. She worked as an ophthalmic technician, so she did laser eye surgery. Thank you. She did laser eye surgery for several years and actually got free laser eye surgery out of it. And that's probably the best job perk I've ever heard. But I think she's maybe more interested in like family practice potentially. I'm not sure yet. She'll find out when she does her rotations what's fun and what's not fun. But yeah, so she is going to be moving for PA school here in September. So I will actually miss some time. I mean, there'll be stuff. I'm moving anyways, so. But she's moving up to Spokane. We just found that I was gonna try to move too because I work software, so I might be able to do some of it remote, but a lot of what I do is related to hardware, and I can't bring it with me because it's like 30-foot awnings that I'm writing an app for. So I think what we're gonna do is she's gonna move to Spokane, and then I'm going to visit her on weekends because it's about a 6-hour drive. But in the meantime, for that year that she's in school, I will be living alone for the first time in a long time, and who knows what's gonna happen. I might stream without my pants on sometime. You don't know. Maybe I'm doing that right now. Thanks for the follow. Katniss the Sadness. I apologize. That was a weird moment to come in on, but you know. Don't judge me. It's going to be weird though. You know, I've been married for over 4 years. And so going back to like living alone as a, you know, a former bachelor is going to be strange. What am I going to do? Fortunately, she gets a lot of breaks and like I think a whole month off for Christmas and stuff too. So she'll be around a lot, but yeah. More likely, I'm just going to be busy because I'm probably just going to start working 410s and then driving up to Spokane to see her on Fridays or something, but we'll see. All that to say, don't expect a lapse in keyboard content from ya boy. I'm gonna keep it coming, hot and sweaty. As I messed up the therapeutic acrylic peel. Oh my goodness. I did not have my coffee today, but I did have a Red Bull this morning, which is the ultimate health drink. Thank you so much for the raid. That's insane. This is huge. Thank you for the follow. Oh my word, there's so many follows. Eno Moonshiki, Just Soulful, Shine BER, Poor Timing, Vayar, Dabbling Layman, Shrimp Boy 14, Vile Deacon, Nintendo. There's so many of you. This is wild. I don't know how to handle this. Thank you. Oh, there's more. El Sebafor, Kingdom 1, Disastertron. Y'all have some great names. Thank you. I appreciate that. I live in a condo, so I have to use an electronic drum set. But I do enjoy this drum set quite a bit. It's the Roland VAD 506, so it's actually electronic, even though it's using full-size toms and a kick. So it's great. And then, yeah, those guitars, it's 2 basses and an electric. And this is, okay, this is not a Shure mic. This is a clone of the Shure mic from my local music store, Music Villa. It's an SM7B clone. But if you're ever in Bozeman, Montana, go to Music Villa because they are a fantastic music store. I've been shopping there for my entire life. And they have access to a factory. This is the inside scoop. They have... Oh, cool. Good to know. Thank you. You're right. I do not have a mod in chat. My mods are all my personal friends, and they are typically very busy. So, but no, so they have access to like people who work in the same factory as Shure, and so I think this is actually the same parts as an SM7B. So they are able to source these for half the price. I think this is $150, I want to say. Do you want to mod our people's mod? I do want to mod them. How do I... Okay, this is how inexperienced I am with Twitch. Is it just /mod? /mod. And then who are we modding? Enum Shiki at Enum Shiki. Did that work? I might have done it in caps lock. Hello, Frank, the people's mod. I appreciate you. Thank you for the follow, Blazing Noodles. These are some great names. Frank. I can't tell if this is a joke, but I definitely modded him. See, here's the thing. Okay, good. I am very gullible, and also, I shouldn't be telling you this. This is a disaster. I'm very gullible, and I'm an old man, so I don't understand how Twitch works. So, you could tell me literally anything, and I would believe you. I was asking what the snake emoji was, and apparently it's a dinosaur, and it's called an emote, not an emoji. Thank you. The E10 macro pad. I have not looked at that. I'll have to check that out. This is so kind. How did you guys find me? And my stream schedule is Mondays at, we look for new stream. Oh my gosh. Are you serious? My stream schedule is Mondays at 6 p.m. Mountain Standard. So I can't remember what that would be in Eastern. This is so crazy. This is really, what a philanthropic, kind group of people. This is amazing. Twitch is great. I have not met a person on Twitch. Oh, I see. Okay. I have not met someone on Twitch who has been like, you know, obviously I've run into like bots and stuff who have been like posting links or whatever, but I haven't run into anyone who's been mean or like gatekeeping or anything. It's just been such a great experience. I am very appreciative of this Keeb community. It's so great. So thank y'all for being here. I think that the fastest way to kill a community of any kind is gatekeeping. And while there is a little in any community, no matter what it is, the keyboard community is very welcoming. And yeah, and makers and crafting in general. Nice sword. Oh, you like this? The WoW stick. Getting it done. What a horrible name for a tool, but... Well, thanks for the follow, Zanyard. Is it Lanyard, but Xanax? That's clever. So you're just like a band of roving marauders spreading positivity throughout the keyboard community? What a wholesome thing. I want to be a part of it. Okay, hey, Enum, my Streamlabs isn't working. Yeah, how do I get it to work again? It used to work. I had a build command. I had a bunch of other stuff. Where my bot? What happened to him? He just disappeared. I think last stream was the first stream. Yeah, I've been using Streamlabs. I don't know what happened to him. I did mod the bot originally, but check my Streamlab. Okay. Let me go. This is great. This is like Twitch debugs Nathan's Twitch. Dashboard. I've been using Cloudbot to... Cloudbot. Cloudbot is enabled. Huh. I'll show you. I mean, this is dangerous. Should I show you what I'm seeing on my screen? I'm doing it. Here is what I'm seeing. Cloudbot is enabled, and I did mod him. So, and I have these commands set up. So do like mod Streamlabs again. No matches. Streamlabs is not with us. Also, somehow I turned caps lock on. Oh, probably with this keyboard. Thank you. Oh, how do we do that? He used to be here. Even Streamlabs has left us. /bot Streamlabs. Okay. /bot Streamlabs. Unrecognized command /bot. /mod. Streamlabs is already a moderator of your channel. Huh. Mods. Nothing. What is going on here? I don't know how I did this. Disable CloudBot and then re-enable. Yeah, that's a good idea. Why didn't I think of that? I work in software. Enable and disable. Have you tried rebooting it? All right, I disabled and enabled him. Is he back? Hello? Hey, there he is. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to peek that. I'm just excited. Look at this. My mods are already saving the day, and I just met them. Okay, here's the question. Since there's a lot of you here, what do you think? Should I use GMK Bleached, which is like a black and white keycap set, or should I use GMK Bellafont, which is a teal one? Domosaurus, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Bellafont, Bella, Bleach. Hello, Bella. Bella, okay. We'll go Bella. I'm sorry. Do a poll. I'm not affiliate, so I can't do a poll. That's been my problem. I've wanted to do like predictions on whether or not my keyboard would work. And I wasn't able to do that. I know, you guys are amazing. The one thing that seems to be holding me back was followers, and I got so many this stream. I also got rated by last stream I got rated by Dutch Master W, who thank you, who brought like Aussie obsessions into my chat, which was wild. Oh, is the bot no longer with us? He's left us? Oh, that one command works. Right? Me too. All right. This clashes, I think, mightily with... Oh, cooldown for mods. Okay. Cool. I'll whisper you at some point and get some info. Let me get this grubby mat out of here so we can do my chaotic method of dumping all of these. Yeah, thank you. Good shout out. Ozzy's the man. Anik, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. It's really cool. I'm overwhelmed right now. This is crazy. This is... I don't really know what to say. This is wild. Tell us about... Okay. All right. Hello. My name's Nathan. I'm a software developer from Bozeman, Montana. Yeah, I do. I have a lot of nonsense in the background. I dabble in a lot of things. I record punk rock music on the side, and you know, those things as well. But yeah, I'm a front-end developer, so I love design and aesthetics, and that's kind of how I got into keyboards. I like rebuilding old keyboards. I do a lot of that, and I like building up new keyboards. So this is great. Music stream when? Oh boy, maybe we can make that be like a subathon goal or something if I ever do something like that. But I actually started college studying film. So I'm really into that kind of thing. This is a Blackmagic Pocket 4K that I'm using for my face cam. And so I, you know, like live production was new to me, but I've done a lot of like filmmaking and stuff in the past. So, it's kind of been fun to like roll those things together. And then I do a lot of editing. I always wanted to be an editor. That's why I was like in film. So, yeah, I made all my own transitions and, like this little thing down here for playing music is a little app that I wrote for Windows that plays music I got off of MusicBed, and I can chroma key it out. And so anyways, but all that being said, I like building keyboards. I stream every Monday, so I'm probably adding more streams in the future, but I'll keep you notified in my Discord. But anyways, yeah, thanks for being here. This is great. I am blown away. I like oh yeah, thanks. That's my Instagram. I've infrequently post there, but I've been trying. Ozzy's been getting me inspired. So, yeah, no, this is wild. That would be fun to do a music stream though sometime. That'd be great. I'll be sure to plug my when the EP finally drops for the band that I recently joined. I will let you know. That'd be fun. Thank you. I mean, that means a lot to me. I do put a lot of effort into these kinds of things, mostly just because I enjoy it. But yeah, I don't know. It's fun. It's fun when people are here. It's fun when people aren't here. I'm just vibing. I've been getting people joining my YouTube too, which has been cool. And so yeah, just chilling with people. What I really like is new people who are kind of new to the. Oh, I don't even know if I have it. Oh, I do have a YouTube. I don't like people who've never built a keyboard before, and I love showing them how it works and getting people excited about it. And I don't know. I think it's really neat. Alex Toes. Let's see. How do I have this laid out? Where's the mod? There it is. Okay. Yeah. Page up, page down. I've never had a chat that's like moving this fast either. This is kind of weird for me. Like, try to keep up. Lure, that's true. That is possibly a bit nefarious if you think about it. Come, lose your wallet with me. Synthwave music. I love synthwave music. Oh, dude, totally. Theremins are wild. I've never tried to play one, but they seem really interesting. I know they have isn't the theremin in the opening to the original Star Trek in that song, which has a very special place in my heart. Dude, I wish Teenage Engineering, I mean, I don't know. I shouldn't say that. I was going to say I wish they weren't so expensive. I get why it is, but the OP1 is such a cool little keyboard, man. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I really liked the soundtrack in Loki. I thought it was excellent. Yeah, right? OP1, why are you over $1,000? I mean, you can kind of do everything with it, so it makes sense, but still. Yeah, I bet there's whole albums that have OP1 on them that are like recorded with that you just didn't know. It's just such a good instrument. Did you guys ever watch Andrew Huang? He's the guy who's made me want an OP1 so many times. YouTuber, real cool guy. And I don't know, just seems like he makes it look so effortless, you know? I use Reason as my DAW of choice because it's, I don't know, it's sometimes just easier to sequence stuff, and it's the one that I know. But he makes these things look so easy. It's like, oh, I could do that, and then you try, and you're like, nope. It's fun, but it's not easy, I guess, is the takeaway. And he's good about that, like not making it seem unattainable. TUIO. I'm excited to have polls if I get to that, because that's what I've wanted to do, is like, especially with a build like this Mysterium, where, I mean, normally when I get a PCB, my MO is that I will, I'll open it up, I'll plug it in, I'll use the tweezers of truth to, oh my word. Am I off by 1 on this row? Oh, nobody told me. I blame you guys. No. Oh wait, or am I? No, W's on this row. Never mind. I falsely accused you. I'm sorry. But no. Wait. Oh, a whole bunch of stuff just came in. Oh, yeah. Okay. Stop talking about Loki. Thank you. That's really kind of you. I try to keep it wholesome. Keep it family friendly. Wholesome content. That's what we're about here. What's more wholesome than punk rock music? That's what I say. No, DGen hour never comes. Hey, it's 9:39 where I live, okay? Sure. You guys want to meet my wife?
Hi, my name's Madison. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. I agree. Wholesome and adorable. Yes, she is very lovely and very busy. I mentioned before she just started PA school, so she is on the banana. That thought really got away from me. Going bananas, I suppose, was where my head was at, but yes, and it is her birthday tomorrow. So, that's pretty neat. Thank you. Scroll lock goes here. July baby. Yeah, dude. July baby's great. School never gets in the way. Yes, I will pass along each and every birthday wish to her. I actually already texted her Samuel's birthday wish, and she, I think she was mystified but thankful, so we take those. Okay. Right on. Wait, is that something? Is that a trigger word? Can I not say we take those? Hey, it's like one of the things that I learned from the kids. Not to like permanently cement my old manness, but I was a youth leader for a few years. And I picked up some things from the children, mostly confusion. But we take those as one of the things that the children seem to say. TYU. Oh, there we go. Oh, I have another alt. I feel like for the amount of time I spend on Reddit, I'm still not really current on any of my lingo. Maybe it's because I'm not in the r/teenagers subreddit. I'm mostly in the mechanical keyboard and sneakers and all the music ones. I am in the key community, that's for sure. I'm in all those, custom keyboards, mechanical keyboards, mech market, mech group buys. There's too many. Between like film gear, sneakers, vinyl, I listen to a lot of vinyl. Those are all dangerously expensive hobbies. So thank goodness that I'm a software developer, because it definitely helps a little bit with that. Or it doesn't. It gives me an excuse to buy things I shouldn't. All depends on how you look at it. Hashtag KeebLife. Or that's an exclamation point. Do we have a KeebLife command? And what should it do? Oh. She made me some tea. Look at that. There's a maple leaf on the tea. I'll show you. Boom. I got this mug in Jasper, Canada. I live in Montana, which is very close to Canada, so I take trips up there sometimes. And went kayaking on a little lake up there. Okay, so you asked what other keyboards I have. Keeblife.com. I didn't realize you guys were talking about another website that I should join, and I shall join. Okay, so I have too many keyboards. Let me show you. I posted a picture on Reddit. I will show you. They're at my office at work. So they are not here. The keyboards I have here are actually one other Mysterium that my wife uses, and then this one that I'm building and this Ramakara up here. But this here is here's the problem. Well, there's most of them. So I got more than that now, and I sold some of these. But yeah, that's the current state of affairs. I also have a lot of board games, which can also get expensive. So yeah, my favorites though, I would say, are the Epoch right here. I don't know if you can see my mouse. Yes, you can. I like this one a lot. I haven't seen this around much, but I put like Holy Pandas in that. The Switch Couture Alice right here. This is the Mysterium that my wife. Oh yeah, I have Root. I have like every expansion for Root. I backed the Kickstarter for the new expansion too. This is the Barleycorn that I built a while ago that we were talking about. So there's a lot here. Well, there's a lot of things happening with my mods. Thank you, mod. You're the best. You just showed up and went to work. I would hire you. Okay, sure. Get him in there. He likes Root. That's good enough for me. You have a job, my friend. Which is doing that which I don't know how to do. Insert goes here. We're getting close. Oh, another mod? Shine? I know. It truly is popping off. Scroll lock. Oh, this is not scroll lock. This is print screen. Who uses print screen when you can do Windows Shift S? Windows Shift S is way better because you can immediately paste it. I see. Well, good. That is what I also do, is sit behind a PC all day, and then I come home and do it some more. That's a good call. I've modded 2 people. That's maybe my quota for the day. How do you pronounce that name? Pandas the Sadness? Pandas? I won't mod you, don't worry. I will not mod someone against their will. Let's see. We're getting there. Oh, there it is. Print screen. You know what I said? Okay. Now that I have a platform, listen to me. I have something to say. Caps lock is overrated and it should be gone. Caps lock is stupid unless you're an architect, which I have friends who are architects, but caps lock should be gone. We should replace it with control because it's better. Okay? That's all. This has been your public service announcement. This Ramakara has converted me, among other HHKB layout boards. Yep, It's better. I'm telling you. And if you don't agree with me, it's because you haven't tried it. I passed on a system key at some point. I just know it. Here it is. Okay. This is where I'm torn. I was team stepped because... Okay, that's a heck of a statement. I was stepped for a long time because I thought caps was stupid. And I was like, well, this at least will prevent me from ever touching it because I don't want to even touch it. But then when I started using the HHKB layout, I was like, well, why would I make it stepped if I can touch it more? So control where caps goes. But on a TKL, I'm like, do I really want to break up the vibe and put a control there? I guess not, but you know. Okay, let us put some feet on this thing just to tilt it up a little bit. And then let's do a speed test. Spacebar should be control. Caps lock should be space. Well, I am also firmly of the belief that a split spacebar should at least one half of it should be backspace. Because that's a key that you got to move quite a ways for. Thank you. Thank you. I agree. Give it to me. Give me an honorary degree from somewhere, too. I'll come make a speech. That's true. That's true. And that's a good point. I shouldn't disparage the people who have done that and come back to it. But I'm gonna. Oh my goodness. Is it DGen hour now? Is that what I'm seeing in chat? I found out about that term from, who is it? Another Keep streamer. Actually, I think a lot of Keep streamers use that term, but 10:51. You just got to come to mountain time. 9 minutes. Okay, can I get this sound test done in 9 minutes? Let's find out. Let's plug this bad boy in. Ready? You have a 1-year-old. Congratulations and my condolences for your sleep schedule. Here we go. We're pulling up monkey type and we're gonna monkey type. First I need to move my mic and turn off my AC. Okay. This is a CTFKB Mysterium in a Switch Couture case with Ethereal Panda switches and GMK Bellafont. All right. Hey, we take those. So my secret sauce for my secret sauce for the spacebar. Let me let you in on a little secret. Actually, I lubed these stabilizers ahead of the stream because I knew this was going to be a long stream, so I wanted to make sure that this was ready. But when I lube stabilizers, I do not put any lube on the wire at all. I lube the inside of the housing, I lube the outside of the stem, and then I inject Cryotox 205 grade 2, so the thick stuff, into the stem with a syringe, and then I put a little bit where the metal clips into the housing. But for the space bars, I always do the holy mod, which is where you take a little piece of Band-Aid and you put it inside the stem, just to reduce a little bit of that wire rattle. And I only do it on the space bar. I've found that you can get rid of most of it if you balance the wires, but that just takes so long and it's really annoying, and it's easier just to slap a holy mod on there and call it a day. But I only do it to the space bar, especially a 7U. So like this guy, and if here, I'll let you take a quick listen to this thing. This has mint linears, but I put a holy mod on the space bar. So yeah, it definitely seems like it helps to holy mod the space bar. But anyways, 4 beers in, time for bed. That's another hobby I need to, not beers, but I'm a whiskey nerd, and that gets expensive. I have too many expensive hobbies. I need to get some better ones or some cheaper ones. I don't know. Okay, well, I need to take a thumbnail. I always forget to do this. Hold on. Bear with me. The Tejas special. Let me, this camera has a Bluetooth focus. If I can find my phone so that I can pull focus and get my quick and dirty thumbnail. You can say hi to YouTube, but you're not on the screen. Okay. So what is... You will be on YouTube, though. That's a little washed out. Let's do one other thing. Oops, I messed up my focus, but let's change the iris. There we go. Oh no! Thanks, Iowa501. I appreciate the follow and hopping in front of my screenshot. That was nice. It's backwards right now. I'll have to flip it, but there we go. That's good enough. That was really funny. I wasn't expecting that. Oops, now my iris is all jank. It is so nice that they added Bluetooth control to the Blackmagic Pocket 4K. So I had the original Blackmagic Pocket, or not even the Pocket, it was the Blackmagic Cinema camera, and it did not have Bluetooth, but it had a LAN C port, which is like the 3.5 millimeter headphone jack. So I made a little board. If y'all know what an ESP 8266 is, it's a little like Wi-Fi Bluetooth chip, and I built a little circuit that could plug into that and control it. And so I had an app on my phone that I had written that could like connect to the Bluetooth of that thing and then control lenses through that. But it was a nightmare. And then the Pocket 4 came out, Pocket 4K, and I was like, my problems are over. But I am considering getting the 6K Pro just because it has internal ND filters, which may not mean anything to you, but it's insane. Who is it who is in here was saying they sell Pocket 4Ks at their job? Someone in here was saying that. I need to talk to you about your job and buy a Pocket 6K from you. Anyways. You do. Nintendo, where do you work? Panavision. Oh, interesting. Okay. Cool. Right on. I didn't know Panavision sold Pocket 4Ks. Dude. All right. Well, excuse me. Oh my goodness. I think that's all for me. Yeah, this has been so fun. I love... Oh, why do I actually not have chat here? Hello, chat. There we go. Blackmagic, Manfrotto, Avenger, R8. Okay. I should talk to you and get some stuff. In Australia. Okay. Someday I'll go there. I went to Singapore a while ago, and there were so many Australians there. I was surprised. I guess it's pretty close, but I thought, like, every time I would see a white person, I was like, and they were always Australian. So, anyways, random side tangent. I'll try to stream more, though. I appreciate this. This has been really, really fun. This is crazy. This is the most lively stream I've ever had, and, like, I don't know. It's fun. It's fun when you're, like, just hanging with a couple people, but it's crazy when there's a lot of people here. So, thank you. I appreciate that. I enjoy streaming. Yeah, it's been fun. I've been working on some other stuff. How many streams so far? I've done, let's check. Actually, I can tell you how many streams I've done. Thank you. That's super kind of you. You guys are so kind. A marauder band of positive people is insane that it even exists. What a time to be alive. I have done 17 live streams so far. This is my 18th. I started this, well, I didn't post this one until later. I started posting them on YouTube in April, but I think I started in March. I think early March is when I started. So yeah, I've done some fun stuff. I do have one build stream that's been doing really well on YouTube, though. It's my GMMK Pro. And I got 59 follows. Are you kidding me? We did it. That's crazy. I just need to stream a little bit more, but I definitely have the stream time, but yeah, I posted a GMMK Pro video, which it seems like that's a really popular board, because the two streams that I did a client build and a personal build for a GMMK Pro with, and specifically the one with Durox stabs. Everyone was Googling like Durox stabs GMMK Pro because they don't fit in the aluminum plate very well. So that one's been doing all right. But honestly, this is so kind of you guys. Like, you guys did this for me. So thank you. I mean, yeah, actually, I think I am basically there on the other. I'll show you. I have, I think I basically have all the other requirements met. Vayar. Okay. Dude, I owe you so much, Vay. Let me mute my own stream here. Can't hear myself twice. Let's see. Creator dashboard. Yeah. See, I get 7 people chatting. Yeah, I think I met all the other requirements that I needed. So, man, this is wild. Thank you, dude. For real though, this is so motivating, because it's like I've done some stuff, and I actually started a kind of a rebrand. Like, I have here, I'll show you my starting screen that I made recently. Which those are, yeah, I love like Betamax. I grew up in like the mid 90s, and so I'm like I said, I'm an old man, so I'm very much inspired by that. So I really like, yeah, this is like my old one. But the new stuff I'm working on, it's fun. I've been building that in After Effects, and I need to make some new transitions. But anyways, yeah, it's a thing. I also want to get, I have this problem with, no, don't. I have this problem with this camera too. When I put something really dark underneath it, it tries to pull some crazy auto iris, and then everything gets grainy, so I need to figure out what's going on there. But I don't want to buy another camera, because this one's fine. It's a Panasonic GX8. Oh, yeah. The little app that I wrote that controls my audio responds to this macro pad that I have for switching scenes, but sometimes it doesn't work because I wrote it during a like Red Bull fueled fever dream all-nighter, where I was like, I can make my own audio player, no problem. In fact, I'll show you this dumb little thing. It's gonna mess up the on-stream thing, but it's yeah, this guy. I made this little, it's called Interloper Media Player, and it's a little media player that it pulls music in from MusicBed, where I license it, and then and then I can chroma key it out and put it on top of stuff. But I was like, someone came in my chat and was like, dude, why don't you just use Fubar, which is another media player that could totally do the same thing? And I was like, okay. I should have done that. But anyways, my little media player responds to my macro pad, but sometimes it's kind of slow, so my audio gets out of sync. So, anyways, no. It's fine. There's like, occasionally I get some backseat drivers, but I've only had a couple of those, and even then they've been trying to be helpful, like I can tell. So, but hey, Elvin, what do you stream? Oh, my auto mod is back. My auto mod does not like links, and it's been bad. And in fact, it was actually really nice when my auto mod wasn't working, because Ozzy was posting some link in my chat and it didn't smack him on the wrist, which would have been embarrassing if my auto mod had just been like, no, Ozzy, you can't post it here. So, yeah, what happened? I apologize. 34 messages were deleted. Oh no. Anyways, yeah, he's really cool. He refers to my janky t-shirts on my light panels as the interloper mod, and he called me out on his Twitch. So thank you for that, Ozzy. That was actually cool of you. It was cool to talk to you on your Twitch. But like I said, I was totally fangirling last time. But anyways, it is getting kind of late here. I got some stuff going on tomorrow, but I will plan to. You're alive. You made it back. You got timed out. Yeah, thank you for being here. I like seriously, guys, from the bottom of my heart, like, this is the coolest thing that has ever been done for me before, like, just for no reason. People I don't know, like, this is crazy. So yeah, I don't know what to say other than thank you. Like, this is super kind of you. I appreciate all your support, and it's very motivating to keep working on making the stream better too. I got plans, I got ideas. I have some really, really horrifying software that I wrote for Bracam. This is Bracam, the Bracam, for Bracam 2.0, which is, I'm excited for when that happens. But anyways, yeah, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate all my day ones. Filet here, give some love to him. He's been here since literally the beginning. Like, he has been here no matter what. That's a good question. Who are we rating? I rated Keeb Noob last time. Who is around right now? Let's check. This is a great idea. I never raid people, but now I have so many people. Tim is streaming. Let's see. You going to Tim? Tim? All right, let's do it. So let me go to my... I've never done a slash stream manager. There we go. And then raid channel. Let's see, what's he up to right now? Raid myself. Can you do that? I don't think you can. But I wouldn't know. You could tell me anything. Okay, what's a raid message? How does that work? Is it just I tell you guys to say something? This is like Twitch teaches Nathan how to Twitch. Keeb hubby raid. Oh, I don't know about that one. That's a weird string of words. You can if you want. Let's see. Keeb hubby raid. All right, that's fine. We'll do that. I think it's funny. He's gonna be very confused. Show some love to Tim. I appreciate you guys. You all are the best. Yeah, I'm starting the raid. So thank you so much. Have a good night, and I will stream again soon.